Hello. I'm performing a test. There's a couple of things I want to test with this, and it has nothing to do with the game that we're making. The game we're making is fun, but if you're watching the stream, you have jungle music. Okay, that's nothing new. The difference is really on my end, where you not only have jungle sounds, you have jungle music, and it's my music. And yet so I'm not being interrupted in music that I was already listening to. I don't have to go through other processes to get music that is okay. I mean, it's the same music, I gotta say. I guess I'm not making any sense. That's okay. Um, I enjoy the music that I play. I enjoy working to the music that I work to. And I don't want to have to stop that. So I won't. You see how this works. Um, There was a thing I wanted to work on today on the game. I thought of it yesterday, and it's not a big feature, but as with a lot of the things that we've been working on lately, it has to do with. Oh, I just thought of one problem with the music that I'm playing now. Darn it. Ads. Shoot. It's okay. I'll deal. The thing I want to add today related to something I realized you could do to cheat the game. Our battle card game has you go into a space where you look at the cards you're dealt and select the cards you want to play in battle. There's 3 rounds potentially, at best of 2, so maybe just 2 rounds. But you could at that moment decide, yeah, I don't like these cards, quit. Whoops. Yeah, at that moment you've broken the game. You've cheated to go back and find better cards. Yeah, that's not so good. Um, so I am going to briefly check and make sure that the sound is working. Sure enough, and it's real loud too. Well, perhaps I shouldn't have it so loud. Perhaps I should tone down the level of the music just a little. Maybe, right? Actually, yeah, I need to. Okay, let's maybe not have this so loud. This is literally how loud I like it. But you're right. You're right. That was too loud. You're right. And it's gonna have ads too. I mean, I could literally have the same thing going through my normal stream elements music, but you know, if I'm in the flow of things and suddenly I have to stop to, no, I don't like that. Especially if I'm listening to something. Yeah. Right. So here's how it looks. You are playing a game. Actually, let's do this with just a guest account. That's fine. So you're in this, and you look at your cards. Oh, these are terrible cards. Quit. And these could be better. Quit. You see, this is cheating, right? Now, I was saying yesterday, well, one penalty is time. You're wasting your time, right? Right? On the other hand, you can do this. There's nothing preventing you from doing this. And the result is going to be a higher win percentage. And if you care about that, you might go through the pains of doing this over time. All right. So at first I'm like, well, maybe time is good enough of a penalty. And that could still be true. These are terrible cards. And I'm saying like, oh, you know what? I can do better. And it's true. This will shuffle. This literally will reshuffle and deal you new cards. Imagine you're in the poker table. You get 5 cards and you're like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave the table now. Now, poker and other gambling, like the casino, and here's how the casino would handle that. You put down some money. You put down an ante. And if you get up and walk away, that's fine, because we're going to keep that money. So you do lose something if you walk away. We don't have that. Literally, I can just keep doing this forever until I get the best cards and I have the highest chance of winning this first round. And even after this, if I go through this first round and I lost, and I'm in the second round and I'm looking at terrible cards, I could get out again. Now, this is not a new problem to my game. It's not unique to this game. Every game has to deal with some of this stuff. Valorant has to deal with some of this stuff. There's penalties. Valorant's penalty system includes you are timed out from queuing up for a while. This is part of how they want to nerf you. Either you're just going to quit Valorant or you're going to have to wait a while. I guess one could argue it's a minor gamble on their part that they lose a player. But I think it's reasonable to say we have a lack of penalty here. So here I am, round 2, terrible cards. And so I quit. Now, here's the thing. I'm not in a profile right now, so it really, 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 really doesn't matter. Really. However, when I'm in an account, there is, and this problem only came up because we have a profile, because the profile does count how many matches you have played and your win percentage. The match time is ticked up, actually. The number of matches is not if you get out of it before the match is complete. And the win percentage, likewise, is not counted either way. So the gaming of the system really is about your total matches and win percentage. So this mechanism, which this account could do, is freely available at this moment. And what I was thinking about is a way in which we could say there is a penalty. Now, I mentioned yesterday, what if I spilled soda on the keyboard? I need to get out. Should I be penalized? Heck no. But if you do this over and over and over and over and over, yeah, actually, there's a problem. especially if you've gotten to here. Because if you've gotten to this part of the round, you were able to see these numbers. These numbers will affect your success or failure in battle. This is what players know. This is where gaming the system and cheating comes into play. So this is literally what we want to prevent. From this moment, if you do this, there's a potential that you're doing this to maximal, be a maximalist in terms of your stats. And even in round 2, you could be saying, I'm about to lose this match. I mean, you could do it right here, actually. Somewhere along the line, you say, oh, hold on, I'm going to lose. Can we get out? And in fact, I see lots of players on Valorant doing this. I mean, not a majority at all, not even close, but a lot of players think they're going to save their stats by exiting a game that they are about to lose. Like right at the end of the game, you see players disconnected. Like I'm sure some of them think it's going to be really clever of them to just quit Valorant, like kill the process immediately, if not just quit out of the game. And I am certain that Riot has already figured that out, and they do something about that. If they haven't, I'm sad. They should do better. But the problem is, we have the same issue right here. Even though we won a round, we might say, "Oh no," or maybe we lost a round, and we're like, "Oh, we're totally going to lose this match." Boom. Like I said, at this moment, this does count towards the time in your match. Like right now, the match time is ticking up. You won't get any experience. You won't level up. You don't get any matches counted toward the ones that you've played. And you don't get a win, obviously. So there's some things that are already not counting in your favor. I'm saying we need to do a little bit more. This, if I quit, should not be a penalty for those cases where the player is like, my dog literally chewed on my cable and I need to get it, something. This happens. You should be able to do that. But if I do this on a repeated basis, so let's nuance this rule a little bit. You can quit. You can exit out of a match. But if you exit out of a match and, well, that begins a process where a system is now watching to see if you do it again. Now, not immediately again. That would be too easy to get around and game the system by just doing it every other time. You would still boost your win percentage. The whole gaming of the system is still in effect. We're going to have something that is not as obvious, frankly, but also we want to try and reach a point at which the player cannot game the system. And in fact, we need to make it explicit to them that you're going to be able to exit. Fine. But if I do this once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, I'm gaming the system, obviously. By that time, I would like this to say something a little different. Are you sure you want to exit? You will be penalized. Something. It's an indication to the player, hey, we see what you're doing. This will not work, and there is a penalty. Something, right? We have a number of ways in which we could penalize, but I think right now what I'm talking about is this condition. Right now, this is fine. Go ahead and exit. You're free to do so. But you did it 7 times already? Okay, now that's different. This exit is not the same thing anymore. So what we're talking about is a mechanism that is tracking how you play and exit out of a match. Actually, Valorant has something similar. You have AFK'd. You have been away from your keyboard. You have been detected to do so, and that is wrong. You can't do that. I wish they were more strict about this, but they say this appears to be rare. You've been playing normally, so there is no penalty, but it's a warning. Because if you keep doing this, then you will be penalized. So it's a similar mechanism. It detects that you have AFK'd, and that's not okay, but it warns you instead of giving you the penalty. And it knows if it has already warned you, it knows if you've been playing pretty well. And when you do just go back to playing normally, everything is reset. So if you AFK again, it's just the warning again. Well, we need to do something similar. Starting with how a player could game the system. I'm here in overtime. I want to win. I want my win percentage. I want to, I don't know, defeat the boss in a campaign and collect my pearl. See, the stakes are higher now, actually. So I am the player who's trying to game the system. And here I go. I look at the cards and I'm like, oh crap. I don't want to lose my pearl. I don't want to lose the match. I'm going to try this entire 3 rounds again, or 2 rounds, whatever. Right? I'm about to lose. Oh no. We can't determine intent from the player. And so if they actually need to get out, we need to let them, and there's no penalty. But if they do this again, we should be able to detect that and be like, wait a minute, pal. You are gaming the system. That is not what the game is. And we see, first of all, we need to tell them that this is obvious. You are gaming the system. I don't know what that language is, but we need to let them know that this is not the same mechanism. This is actually dynamic. It sees what you're doing, right? Prevention is the idea here. And if we can't prevent them with a warning, we need to prevent them with penalty. Because the players who play properly should not be at a disadvantage for playing the game properly, right? Those who do game the system should not be at an advantage to those who play the game properly. In that way, we need to understand, first of all, that this is a thing one could do. I'm about to lose. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Actually, I won. But the point is, and even if if I do exit when I'm about to win, that's on me. I actually can't determine if they were about to win. That's not a thing I can do. We can only determine if they are deciding to quit, if they actually quit. Like popping up the pop-up by pressing escape is one thing we can detect. Actually escaping and exiting is another thing we can detect. We need to work on those things that we can detect. It's funny that I have 64 matches and 64%. Okay, I'm not distracted, you're distracted. So the idea is there's probably a mechanism that can sit here to be effectively an anti-cheat, right? There isn't much cheating you can do in this simple game. It's like too simple, actually. And there's so many constraints on what the actions the player can do are. Even your placing the cards on the table are constrained to lanes and attack order. I mean, it's actually very limited. You are constrained pretty hard. So cheating is actually difficult, but this is one way, and this is an exercise in how do we break the game. This is a very, very valuable exercise to perform on your game. Designers need to think about this because players will think of this. And once they do, this now becomes the dominant strategy. Do this at the right time, and that's how you play this game now. Whoops. They just broke your game because the game design is now irrelevant. This is now the game. Whoops. So, first things first, if they brought in a pearl, this is one penalty we could actually perform. We could say, yeah, you lost that pearl. It's on cooldown. We could say that. Would we say you're prevented from playing? No, I don't think so. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Um, um, we could say you have exited a lot and we need to penalize you. This will actually count as a loss. You will have a match played, but you will not win. Now, if it's true that they are caring about this win percentage, then that's a penalty. If they don't care about this, then who cares? This might be a good way to think about it. Basically, why would a player do this, right? One potential is that they're looking at this number and they like the win percentage. We don't have like rank or any other benefit about winning a match. Well, actually, we do. But this is one benefit to winning a match. Your win percentage goes up. And so we could say, well, you're going to get a loss if you do this, right? Well, here's another advantage. If you're in a campaign, you're about to win the boss, which means you're going to get a pearl, and you really want to win this one. I mean, here's the thing. If you quit out of your match, then you need to just play it again. If you lose, you just need to play it again. I mean, aside from win percentage, it's exactly the same thing. Could you be saving time somehow by looking here saying, oh, out? Are you somehow saving time by doing this? I don't know. If so, we could actually time out the campaign. Huh. I mean, we could put like a 5-minute penalty, right? A 3-minute penalty, right? Suddenly, this is not faster. So the reason why I'm saying it might be a good way to think about it is because what we're trying to do is prevent cheating with a motivation to do a thing. If we think about what that is, that's the penalty. So if they care about win percentage, we make sure they're not going to get that. If they're worried about time, then we make sure they're not going to get that time savings. They get a penalty. Okay. Um, there is no penalty for taking a pearl into a match. There's only a penalty if you drop it. This is already a point of no return. If you drop a pearl, it's on cooldown. There's nothing you can do about it. If you don't drop the pearl, it's fine. You still have it. So I guess I'm looking for all the things. Whoa, 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 whoa! You're not supposed to be able to do that. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold on. How did I do that? I put these in the same attack order. They weren't supposed to. I did it while I was here. Man, I beat this interface up so much. I was sure there's no way for that could happen. And then it happened. You know what? I should probably disable one or two of these. If this is up, I shouldn't be able to also mess with this. I don't know if that's how that happened, though. These should never be in the same attack order. They should never be in the same lane. So I'm freaked out because that should never happen. Okay, focus. That's a rare, rare, rare bug. I've seen rare bugs. This is the rarest one. I've seen it before, like once. Being able to reproduce it is a necessity. I will just keep an eye on it. I could analyze this attack order shuffling stuff, but I need to focus on this now. I'll come back to that later. Dang. Ah. So far, I've squashed the other rare ones, so this is the last one as far as I have. But I suppose there could be more. All right, focus. If you cancel, it's fine. I really should disable this mechanism while you have this up. I don't think they were related, but I should. So here you are, you say exit, and that's fine. And here you are, you say exit again. I think that's fine. I mean, the advantage you get is that you get to see your cards. So really, I need to actually be here before we do this. This is fine. You do it once. Okay, now you do it again. I think that's okay. Let's go for 3. I think 3 is a magic number. Yeah, you do it now. I want this to say something else. Because right about now, the player who's trying to game the system is like, aha. Right? They're like, oh, these designers, they just left this big old loophole and now I can totally abuse it. Well, the third time I want to say like, hey, bub, we see you. So I want to start changing this right here. This language needs to say something a little different. You are allowed to exit with a penalty or something, right? Well, so we need a mechanism that's going to basically count how many times you've done that. No, that's not good enough. No, that's not good enough. Because if you actually play around and then you come back in and do this again, I kind of want you to be, I want it to be heads up. I always love it when it is the Rocket Dragon, and we have a Rocket Dragon picture. That's awesome. I need to get, Focus. I want art, but let's focus. So, it can't be, did you just do it? And we're counting. And if you play around, it's reset. It can't be that because, first of all, you might have great cards and then you play that one. See, that's still gaming the system. Instead, you know what? I need to know if you keep doing this a lot. There's a frequency over time, not the number. Not every match or every other match or based on matches, I think, but over time. Like you are free to do that. But if you have done this over a certain period of time, now we know. Now, if you do this as a way to game the system, and then you just stop playing, and you come back tomorrow and do it again, okay. I mean, first of all, I don't know we can stop you from doing that. And second of all, who cares? That's a huge amount of, that's a time penalty, right? Basically, you put it on yourself. Okay, also, by the way, if I'm not in an account, who cares? Go ahead and go nuts with this. You're free to do this in how do I say this? In gameplay where you aren't logged in, then you can't do a campaign. You don't have pearls. You don't have stats. Who cares? Go nuts. Feel like a big person and game the system. I almost want to tell them, you know, this is totally detected and you're cheating and we know this, but go for it. I almost want to tell them that, but it doesn't matter. So, okay, first of all, this only needs to happen when you are logged in. So if you have a profile up, that's where this whole system is going to care, right? This anti-cheat, I guess it is technically an anti-cheat. So you have to be in an account. And with doing this once, we are now tracking a timer. We're just tracking the amount of time since the last time you did that. And you might go ahead and play a game. You might play a whole match, okay? And then you come into a new match and you're like, oh yeah, these cards suck. Well, it's not matches, it's time, and we've caught you doing that. Now, it might be 5 minutes later, but you've done it twice in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And now you're in a new one. It might be 5 minutes later, actually. It might be 15 minutes. And you're doing this again. Well, that's where we need to say, hold up, bug. That's not cool. 1, 2, 3 in 15 minutes. Okay, there's a rule. So what happens if 15 minutes pass? Well, I say maybe that ticks down to by 1. In other words, you have likely done 2 in the last 15 minutes now, and so it's fine. We're going to warn you, though. We're going to keep warning you until you do it. No, we're not going to warn you, but we are going to, if you've done it 3 times within the last 15 minutes. Technically, you could still game that system, couldn't you? Dang, anti-cheat is tough. It's definitely against people, not system problems. These are great cards. But we could nuance this rule a bit and say it's both time and a percentage of the matches you enter. You've done this. Because if you enter a match one way or another, and you do this, a large percentage of the matches that you enter. Actually, that sounds better. A percentage of the matches you enter needs to be more than one. I mean, here's the thing. How often do you need to do this, right? It should not be very often. So if it is more than, say, well, if it's more than half, you're definitely gaming the system. But let's lower it a little bit and see if it still makes sense. If you're doing it more than a third or more, like 1 in 3, is this gaming the system? It might be. Enough to warn you, sure. So if you do it 1 in 4, sorry, more than 1/3. Yeah, higher than a percentage of 1 in 3. That's where we can penalize you? Okay, I'm down with that. How do we penalize you? Well, I think saying you actually get counted as a match that you played and you do not win, so the win percentage goes down. That's taking care of that incentive. We can also time out the campaign. And for successive abuses of this, we could up that. So we can up the time that this is disabled, sure. Again, if you're not in a profile, this isn't going to happen at all. So we are guaranteed this exists, and we can say this is timed out for 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. We could just tick this up. If you care about win percentage, every single time you do this is lowering your win percentage. As long as it is how do I say this? You're entering a match, and we are making a big deal with it, frankly. I don't know that you can do an anti-cheat without making a big deal out of it. We're telling you this matters. And if you do this, you're screwing with us. Not the first time, not the second time, but we'll warn you the third time. By the fourth time, yeah. Now, if you don't care about your win percentage, then go for it. If you don't care about the time you can go back into the campaign, then go for it. Go for it. Yeah, your win percentage is not going to be any higher. You can't guarantee you're going to go and get that campaign complete and get the pearl any faster. So yeah, go for it. I mean, because I think at that point we have to concede that they actually need to quit because they spilled soda on their keyboard or whatever. Their dog ate their keyboard, or the soda ate the dog, or something. Anyway, the idea is this system now has a set of rules. You see how I just played around in the prototype game we have and came up with a system? This is an anti-cheat system. it starts with the idea that you are logged in, because if you're not, who cares? So you must be logged into an account. The system is then well, it's always there, but it doesn't care when you're not logged in. When you are, now it cares. And it cares to know that you have entered a match, either this way or this way. It cares that you entered a match. Well, let's say it cares because you're an account. It cares because you entered a match, but it doesn't do anything, not even tracking anything, until you do this. Actually, this is fine too. This you could do all day. Who cares? It's this. By actually exiting, this system now says, whoa, you did what now? And that's not a big deal, but we are tracking you now. There's a timestamp. The system says you're an account. You just exited a match of some kind. So now we know the time that you did that once. And you did it from here, actually. That's another condition. We care about this from this stage of the game onward. You could be in round 4 or 5, I'm sorry, round 2 or 3, and this will still matter. It starts mattering right here at this phase of the game, if you do this. So the system cares because you're a profile, cares because you were in a match at this stage, right there. And you did that. The timestamp is laid down, and a counter ticks up from 0 to 1. Within 15 minutes, you are also at this phase of the game or further, and you do this. Boom. That same timestamp is there. It knows that this is within 15 minutes, and that counter goes up to 2. In fact, I think I have to have a second timestamp, actually. Okay. So a timestamp matched with the time that you actually exited? Yes. And I am totally gaming the system because I'm such a jerk, and I'm going to be here and do this again. So the system now understands that this is the 3rd time you've done that. Actually, you need to hit exit so you are actually here on this screen. And it knows the timestamp of the first time and the second time and now the 3rd time. And it knows this is within 15 minutes. And it says, hey, there's a warning right here. There's a pop-up. How do I say this? Successive match cancellations will result in penalties, not up to and including counting as a loss and timing out the campaign mode. That's a warning. You say, oh, wow, I'm the player who's gaming the system. Oh, wow, it knows that I did that. Well, what if I actually play a game? And then you play a match, right? And it takes 5 minutes. And then you play a second game and you get to this stage and you do this again. You're like, ha ha ha, it's only counting, But no, I have now, in effect, the system has forgotten the first one intentionally because that was more than 15 minutes ago. But the second one and the third one, and now this 4th one, is within 15 minutes, and so it warns you again. It has detected that you have done it 3 times in 15 minutes. Now, the very first time you did it was longer than 15 minutes ago, so it has forgotten now. Oh, hello. Somebody followed. Thank you for following. We're making a game. I'm talking to myself. It's funny, though. Thank you for following. I welcome in. You're welcome to chat with me, although I am slow to respond. I'm distracted. We're making a game. I'm talking about an anti-cheat system, and I'm talking my way through the rules for an anti-cheat system. There's not much cheating you can do. It's a card game. But there is one way. If you look at the stats on the cards you want to play, and you're like, oh, screw these stats. Let's see if I get better stats if I cheat and exit the match. Aha. So I'm actually thinking of a system that can detect this and keep people from like gaming their win percentage and things like that. That's where I'm at. What's up with you? What's going on? Thanks for following, by the way. We have some people who have offered ideas and they get special things. We have a Discord server where we are currently hard at work trying to make up good ideas for pearls that you can drop in battle that do special things. And you, as well as anyone, are welcome to visit the Discord server and contribute to those ideas. But back to the system. Sorry, I'm going to go back to what I was doing. Thank you again for following. Yeah. This system is going to sit here in the background and watch you play. If you're here and you get to this phase of the game and say, oh, I'm out. These stats suck, which actually is pretty good. Say, oh, this sucks. I'm out. It's going to put a timestamp down with the idea that if you're going to do this within 15 minutes, you've done 3 of them, it's going to warn you. If you've done 4 of them, I guess in 20 minutes, because it takes about 5 minutes a match. Yeah, okay. If you've done it 4 times in 20 minutes, then it penalizes you. You will get a loss instead of canceling the match entirely. And let's go ahead and time out the campaign. So either incentive you were trying to game is now taken away. And we will increase the penalty. There's nothing we can do on the loss. Can't increase that, but we can increase the time this is timed out. All right, so there's one tool in charge of all this that cares if you are logged in. If you're not logged in, it doesn't care. Okay, cool. All right, I got it. Let's make an anti-cheat. Right. This is just a tool, actually. This is a game tool. I think so. I think so. Is it a utility? No, it's a game tool. Oh, goodness. Do we dare call this anti-cheat? Famous last words. Yes. I guess it could graduate to be something greater if we actually anti-cheat local, and I'm just calling it anti-cheat for now. Why not? It's okay. We can always change the name later, but me OCD be itching. Let's put this on a game object and like a lot of other things that travel around the game. Put it on the splash screen such that it is supposed to always be there. If we always start on the splash screen, we have all these things. We are actually going to call this anti-cheat manager. Really? I know this is like so jinxing this, but I'm going to go for it. Oop. So this now exists in the game. Oh, bruh. Come on. There you go. So let's do this. It needs to talk to the save load manager to know that we are in a profile. What else? It needs to detect that we are in matches, so it will look for currently our prototype game. In the same way, our Pearl Dropper does that, actually. That seemed to work out pretty well. I'm going to do the same thing. It also needs to talk to the quit tool. Here it is. Do I have that here too? No, that's in every scene. Okay. Boy, is that true? Do I actually put that on every scene? Why don't I have that being a floating manager? Yeah, it's in every scene. Oh, that's what it's because it's not in every scene. It's in some scenes, right? Okay. All right, all right, all right. Cool. Um, in that case, I think we're good to just code. Um, oops, layout, please. So this is in the splash scene and floating around every scene in the background. It has a singleton on it, which means it's not destroying on load and it can't be duplicated. I basically just have it. It's always there. Oh boy. Am I really saying anti-cheat? Warnings and penalties, I guess. Okay. That's a bold claim. Is that really true? Is that what I'm doing? What were the rules again? Sure thing. Must be a logged in account. Must be in a match. How do I call that? The table phase. Yeah, it is. It is. Forget the vernacular. This is language borrowed from an early version of the prototype, but it is the table phase as opposed to the card phase. Card phase is where we're staring down at the battle. Table phase is where we're looking across the table. So from table phase round 1 onward, must exit match. If you just cancel from the quit, then it doesn't matter. At that point, so those are all the conditions that we care about. And if you log out of the account, we're also going to clear this. Cool. And so what we do is timestamp. And I suppose the timestamp itself is a count because if we have 2 timestamps, the count is 2. Okay, that's actually dead simple. And now we look for two conditions. One is if earliest timestamp is earlier than 15 minutes? Not quite, because as you get more, if you do this more times, I actually want this number to increase. How do I say this? So it's not the earliest timestamp, it's a number of timestamps. So if you've done it twice, I care about that first one because because the two are 5 minutes apart. Actually, yeah. So it's actually this. If the chain or sequence or array of timestamps is unbroken in terms of being less than or equal to 5 minutes apart. So 5 minutes apart. Can we just say English? Okay. If that's true, now we can check a second condition, which is to say if chain is 3 long, how do I say that? Warn them, warn the player. This is a pop-up that lives on the main menu. Okay. Now, if they do it 4 times, so this is a alert pop-up. Oh. And if it's 4 times, yeah, this is where we do some penalty. So 4 or 5 or 6 times in a chain that they're all 5 minutes apart or less, meaning the number in the chain times 5 minutes, if it's less than or equal to that limit. Yeah. Okay. Then we can penalize the player, and that has to include like count each exit as a match played and lost. Okay, so that incentive is gone. What else? The campaign button is disabled. Now, when you exit a match and you were in a campaign match, you actually go to the main menu. Is that true? I think it's true. Need to confirm that. So this still works. For chain length, times 1 minute, I think is pretty clean. Actually, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Yeah, that's pretty clean. And think about it, 4 minutes of you are nerfed and you try it again. Well, that's going to count as 5 times you've done it. So if you're really like a jerk about it, we're going to catch you. Now, if you wait a minute and do it again, it'll be 4 again, and it's disabled for 4 minutes. I think this works. Do I need more than a timestamp, or is that it? And it needs to be timestamp based on your logged in thing. So it's almost like your match time. No, it's not. Actually, it needs to be real time. Not match time or game time. It needs to be real time. So I actually need to look at the clock. I have a utility already, so no big deal. Cool. I think that is our rule set for this system. We know we're going to need a pop-up on the menu. So I need do I need a struct for the timestamps at all? How did it know I was going to do a serialization? How did it know? Creeping me out, Visual Studio. IntelliSense is predicting. Okay, so I don't know that I need a struct. It literally is just timestamp and an array of timestamps, which could be float. Like, I don't care. If you log out, if you quit the game, I don't need to save this data. There's nothing fancy about this. It's literally a local set of data. I need to know if, so this is all private actually. Are you in a match? That is something. I actually need to know, not just in match, but are you at this phase of the thing? And for that, I need my prototype game, poor gameplay script. So not just in match, but I need to know if you are I should just, no, I'll go ahead and have them separate for now. I'll clean it up later. How do I say this? Engaged in game. I swear I spend more time thinking about the name of the variable. I'm going to clean up this name. So if I know that data, so I don't care if you're not logged in. Oops. Hey, here's where my experiment using this music bites me in the butt. Here's an ad for you. I'm down that it's a PSA. It's actually not bad. I just don't like interrupting music. Okay. And this is on a sound channel that has been prevented from being on the VOD, so it should be safe, but that's another experiment I'm doing with this. So, I mean, if you're watching the VOD, you don't understand what I'm talking about. That's fine. Okay, so you are logged in. You're in a match from the table phase onward. So, I mean, this is overkill, but I'm there. And you must exit a match. So I also need to know the script. Yeah, I actually. This is all stuff I need to have a reference to. This script is going to travel around, so it's going to always be connected to this. It will be intermittently connected to this and to this. So I need to actually allow for that to connect and disconnect depending on the scene that's in. So yeah, this is, does this need data? No, this is the data. Oh, I need my utility. Right. Utility. This is my utility, yeah? Okay. Thank you. So I can get time. And that's it. Oh, right. The data. The actual data we care about. I need a timestamp, which can be nothing more than a float. That's fine. Exit time stamps. Yeah? An array of them. I don't need to know any more than the length of that array to do this, because the array itself has time and length. So this number, these things. Hey, thanks for following. I appreciate you. You're welcome to watch as I create an anti-cheat system for my battle card game. Welcome. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you again for following. Sorry, I'm in the middle of coding. And I'm a little distracted. Please enjoy the jungle music while I do this. Here's the rules. Would you like to see our card game, or shall I just continue coding? You're welcome to direct me. I can do a quick demonstration of our battle card game if you like. It's silly, but there is a way you can cheat this card game. And so I'm actually doing a quick tool to prevent them. There's not much you can do in this game to cheat, but there is one thing you can do, and you might do it for a couple of reasons. We're going to penalize you so you don't get any benefit. And these are the rules we're going to use to detect it. And I think we got it. All right. Thank you again for following. Really appreciate it. I'm going to continue, and you can watch an ape code. Okay. So given that we are going to have a pop-up on the main menu. Oh, okay. I need to also know if I'm in the main menu. Yeah. In menu. Okay, because if that's true, then we can do our thing. And all this is an alert, so we really don't need any other data, right? Okay, now I'm reading your thing. Hold on. You're not bothering me. I am very happy to get all kinds of people coming in and following, chatting. It just takes me a little time to be heads up about it, because looking over at chat is not the first thing on my mind. But you're always welcome. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Really appreciate your follow. It's really cool of you. And I'm going to borrow some code based on a couple of things in this one, because we do a pattern, and I like to follow these patterns. Yeah, we need a pop-up. In fact, yeah, pop-up. Oh, pop-up. I'd like to get all this out of the way so I can just code. Okay. Because if we're not doing the pop-up, please don't do this. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yes, make a box. And we don't care if we're not in the main menu, so there's actually some logic we can begin to do right now. But give me a box. 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 Box and a button. Yeah. And literally, it's an alert, so it's the simplest thing in the world. I need one button. Oh, buttons, right. Uh, um, your, I wonder what my other pop-up language says. Actually, let me look at our login. Yeah, that's a good one. This. Give me this. Give me that, please. I don't need this. I'd like that, and yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, oops. Okay. Yeah. I want all of this, in fact. I'm just going to take away the things that aren't part of this script. And this is actually button. No. No. And no, actually, let me find a better button. That's it? No. Okay, this is not a good script. Find me. You know what? I have a OK button somewhere. Let's just throw this in. This is also a button where the buttons start. Yeah, man. Let's, yeah, thank you. Now I'm following my pattern. We need to just stop the pop-up. That's the logic here. It's actually so simple. I guess really it's almost that simple. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. So let's do the box, and I think we're good. Actually, this box is a better sized box for what I want to do. Show enough. Do I need to do that too? I might. It's the main menu. I don't know there's anything else on the main menu. So I think that's a good size. I need to actually make the box and give it a title. In this case, cheater. In this case, I need to first warn them and then tell them they've got a penalty. So that's going to change based on the logic of this system. Everything else should be okie dokie. Let's test just this, which is really nothing but. There was one other thing I wanted. This thing has a timer, and every once in a while it checks to see if it's in the match. And I like the simplicity of that. Oh, timer. Bruh. Where are we at? There we are. Like literally this. Like literally that. Except I don't really need to store this, do I? I just need to know if it's there. That's true, actually. Blah, 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 yada, yada. Okay, I spell. This all works now? Yes, and I don't need this. I really don't. This tool doesn't need to actually talk to this. So, do I need this mechanism, which was very helpful? It was helpful in the other tool. I don't need to. I'm already delaying this check, so I don't need any more efficiency. This will literally tell me if I'm in the match or not. You know, I actually need different information. Here's what's up. If I'm in the game, what I need this tool to do is determine now if I'm actually logged in. Not just am I here, which is what I've got now, I need to know that I'm at this phase. And I'm looking at it. This is actually the wrong tool to look at. I need to look at, not this one. I need to look at this one, actually. Where are we? This one? Where are we? The root of the table, the actual table that flips, has a tool called Table Flipper. And it knows that we're in the table view or not. I suppose this tool could A, exist, and then we know we're in a match, as opposed to just sitting around the menu system. And then it could be checking to see if this is true, which is the thing we need to know. I think that's the case. So I'm looking at the wrong tool. I don't want this. I want this. And yeah, I actually do need to know it. Oh, now I remember why I said was in match. Because there's no need to keep looking for that. Visual Studio, get out of my way. There's no need to keep searching all through the scene to find this thing if I already have the thing. Wait. Uh, shoot. Shoot. I'm worried about efficiency, and I probably shouldn't be, but I'm just going to crank this up a little bit more. So it only checks it every 2 seconds. Whatever. I'm going to get this to work first, then I'll make it more efficient. Fine. Okay, so we need to know that we're logged in, otherwise we don't care. First of all. But we need to know if we're logged in. First things first, let's do the proper stuff. If we have this, then we can check this. I need to actually have Save Manager available. Current player. This is a number. What is in this class? No, it's not. I'm looking at the wrong thing. What is this? Current what? Current. There we go. This. Because I need to make sure you exist. This, if it is more than -1, that's right. Then you're logged in. Shoot. I know I do this more than once. The valid profile I do in multiple places. Oh, here, this is a good place. Profile. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. This is checking to see if this is a valid profile, right? Okay. So, so I think we've satisfied a number of these conditions already. Must be in a logged in account. We now know. Must be in a match from table phase round 1 onward. We can figure that out from this thing. And then you must exit the match. So we need to go grab this thing. So we're in a match and we care, otherwise we don't care. Bruh, Visual Studio, get out of my face with the extra stuff I don't want. So if this is true, then go get that, because it absolutely 1000% exists. Otherwise, I will get an error. Otherwise, definitely make this null, please. Cool. So we're going to see if we're in that phase. So it's this we need to set to true, and we're going to keep it true until we leave. So this is, if we're in a match, do one thing. If we're not in a match, let's do a series of things, including this. And what's the name of this thing? Beyond. It's a terrible name. Resetting that. So we set this true, false. This is true, false. This is true. Oh, we need to do the true part. Let's see. We can tell we're in the menu if I do the similar thing. Wow, this is a whole lot of search around the scene for stuff. How often do I do that? It's event-based, is it not? Timer. Timer, but in match or not in match. So I just do this every 2 seconds. This is why I have, shoot, I don't know if that, I don't know how to get around that. That's okay. Otherwise, we are doing this. And I can't get around that either. I am sure if I set up a delegate to detect the scene switching that I could do it a different way. And then it is event-based. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. I'll do it later. In fact, let's just call it. I feel better. Now, this means we actually know this as well. Cool. So whether we're in a match and, oh, at least a little bit more efficient. Check to see if this is a thing. So first of all, T-flip. Are we table view? So there's a good reason why I need to do it this way. If we have not set this to be true yet, wait until the moment at which this thing says that we are in the table view. This is the very first time we're in the phase where we're looking at our cards. After that, this is true. in which case this won't be called again. So it's not going to be set false until here, which means we're no longer in the match anyway, so it's good. Okay. We must be in a logged in account. We must be in a match beyond phase 1 round. Okay, and now we're going to see if we exit the match. Given we know quit manager. How do I know that I actually quit? Boy, can I do it from here, or do I actually need to do it from the quit manager? Oof, I need to do it from this tool. I need to do it from this tool because the only time that I know that I've actually performed an exit is here. I guess cancel match is called. No. I don't think that's enough, actually. Cancel match. None of this is public, of course. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I need to do it from here. I need to go find this anti-cheat tool and talk to it. Now, I know it exists, so that's okay. Actually, this isn't too bad. But I'll tell you what, I don't need to do this anymore. That's no longer necessary. In order to know that I exited a match, I'm going to call a public function here and say match exit, which is going to be totally harmless, except this tool is going to be in charge of checking to see what the consequences are. So go find anti-cheat, which now exists. And call that function when you exit. Now I don't know that I'm in a match. Actually, let's call it something else. I don't know that we actually left a match. I know that the player said exit. Okay, so now it's a good name. So this will be harmless 99% of the time. Whatever. The idea is it's this tool that can now determine what's going on because we can determine if they were in a match and all. If these things are true, and then they exit, right? I think that's all we need, actually. So all of this that I'm doing every 2 seconds is checking to see the state of the thing to see if we should be doing any further action. Because the moment this happens, as long as these things are set up I will be able to tell if I need to do this or not. And by the way, let's make a function for that. I need to do stuff there. Now, this array of stuff, Visual Studio, can you please get out of my face? Goodness. Wow, that is not helpful. Okay. When I set a timestamp, I'm really just adding. This is the event, actually, in which I need to do things. So actually, this timer stuff that I'm worried about is no longer a big issue. It's nice that I know what's going on, but now the event is what I care about. So that's fine, actually. I need to set new timestamps. So my next question is, okay, Genius, when do you clear those? Or when do you delete them or remove them or whatever? I almost don't care, except now I've got a million timestamps. So let's care about it for 2 seconds. Explicitly add to the array. But the moment this chain of timestamps is broken, I don't care, right? So I would almost say do this check of the broken timestamps right now while you're adding to the array. I would almost say that. However, that's not good enough, right? I mean, yeah, it's not good enough because when I get out of this account, when I quit the game, it doesn't matter. When I switch accounts, I need to know to clear this array because these timestamps are related to okay. Yes. Add to this array, yes. And check to see if chain is broken 5 minutes apart. I'll explain. But also check to see if different account. And now I realize I need a structure because I don't just need timestamp. I need to know. Oh, I don't need a structure. I just need to know which account. Right? Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, goodness. Watch me be very inefficient. Okay. I'm going to make this public because I think this is right. I'm almost positive this is right. But OCD, I need to make sure this is right. This actually works to tell whether I'm in a logged in account or not. And this is a fairly quick check from Splash. So Splash scene from Splash. Here is my anti-cheat, and this is logged in. It says, no, you are not logged in. And I say, oh yeah, are you sure? Okay, not logged in. And I say, okay, what about now? Hello? Oh, I have, you know, it's the reason why I'm methodical. It's so I don't do dumb things, like forget to go get this thing. Yeah? I do this way too much. There we go. And let's square the circle by saying, making sure that we properly handle this error ourselves. We are going to error out entirely. This should not be without a save manager. Yes. So we abort. Cool. I'm not sure what initialization I need, actually. Oh, I definitely need initialization. What the heck am I thinking? This isn't even checked until... Bruh. Was I ready to test? No, not even close. Okay, but now I am, right? From the splash screen. Oh, somehow I'm logged in? No. Okay, that's wrong. That's right. Not logged in. Okay, so literally, this is why we test. Like, literally, yes, the condition is wrong, but it's just flipping the silly operator. Okay, so yes, we can now absolutely detect whether or not we're logged in with a proper account. Thank you. See, yeah. Cool. So if we're not logged in, we don't do this check, but we are, and so we do this check, and so we know if we're in match or not. Let's just test. Let's just do a whole bunch of testing, please. Yes. Yep. Yep. Let's just do a whole bunch of testing. Um, yep. Yeah, in fact, I don't know that I set this false ever. I think I set it to... We're not in a match. You know what? If we are in a match, then this has to be false. Okay. Part of the way I can avoid errors is by thinking about when data is set, when it's get, when it's set to be true or false or some other number, when it might be invalid. So that's how I knew to go look at that. Oh, this is, yeah, in match in menu. Okay. Because we might be out of a match, but not in menu yet. Yes, that's true. Okay. While we're at it, let's go ahead and check all of this. How long have I been muted? I was just talking about the music that stopped. Um, where am I on this anti-cheat stuff? I am tracking this data now, and this player exited is something I'm now setting. I've confirmed all of this works. In fact, I can make this private now. And in that way, I am close. Of the minor ways that a player could cheat this simple game, it's very constrained. I think this is going to work. Famous last words. The player has exited true because this is being called from the exit button on the quit pop-up. We can tell whether we are in a match, and if so, we set that to false. So true and false. So we know if we've exited. And I believe this is the moment that we realize we are back at the main menu after the player has potentially exited. So boy, I need to test this. What I need to test is whether this can detect that the player exited and you were in the match before this is reset to false. Should just happen once. I mean, I have more in that section. Let's see. This is some communication we're doing to the main menu. Yeah, my music stopped. I'm quite sad about that. I think we need to test some of this. This font size is tiny now. Let's make it huge, please. At least bigger. And you know what? Let's go ahead and make it look pretty as anti-cheat warnings go. Let's make it look pretty. Bold and italic. Yes. Okay. Probably need to go a bit more than that. And I guess I have a label to do as well, right? This is literally like the title of the box. You know what? I do have one of this. Hold on. Okay. So I need to need to make a label to explain what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. Box is full size. This actually needs to be centered. literally a label to say shame, shame. Like, literally. Words. Log. Okay. I need to test this again, which means it needs to be public again. But this is set false, true, and is it used? Not quite. If in menu and player exited, that's actually the test I need to do now. I want to make sure this actually happens. Because if all these other conditions are true, they are doing the thing we don't want them to do. So let's review. Must be logged in. I think we got that. Must be in a match from that first view of your cards onward. We got that. Must exit match. I know we tested these things. We haven't done anything with this yet, but I'm going to. In fact, let's just big that right here because that's going to all happen here. Then I'm going to check those things as well. All this logic is actually happening right here. So I'm really just checking to see if this is all doing what it should and if that pop-up looks correct. Okay. Alrighty, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. So I am in a place with no account whatsoever. And if I do this, what happens? Nothing. You sure? Yeah, nothing. Cool. What about if I'm logged in? Now I'm here. And I'm even here. Now, what happens? Player exit from match. And in fact, it knows and it's checking every 2 seconds, so it knows. This is a little bit delayed. I hate to say it, but I think I need to actually make this more noisy. I need to make it less efficient. I need to actually check this more often. It's not efficient. I think it's necessary. So, in fact, this logic doesn't happen here. This logic happens because we are either warning or penalizing them. So, what do we call this function? Bad player, bad. Yep. What do we call this function? We are reprimanding. Wow, I've never made a function name like this. We are It is the logic to penalize or warn the player. Punishment. It is punishment, actually. It is punishing the player. Wow. Punish? I don't even know how to spell this word. Is that right? uh, okay. No. Because punishment starts with warning, doesn't it? So, okay. Yeah, that's actually what it is. And we start that here. I mean, potentially. Wait. The logic that it needs to know what to do is available based on, we're going to make a bunch of timestamps. Making the timestamp is just a thing. Yes, actually, that's true. Is that true? Maybe we manage timestamps here too. Because what I want to do is not just add to the array, but clean up, right? Which is to say, hey, you've got some timestamps that are older and we don't care about them. You've got some timestamps that are in a different account. If that's true, we should clean this up. I don't mind if there's stale data from a long time ago or from a different account until this is called again. Because that's the only mechanism with which we might potentially punish the player, I believe. Yes. Because this now needs to determine if we need to timestamp. Okay, which would call this, which could determine if you need to timestamp. And maybe even determine if need to punish. Actually, yeah. This moment, we're checking this on a timer, but we've just entered the menu after an exit. So I'm going to set exit to false. Okay, let's test the pop-up. I'm going to take a break and get coffee in 2 seconds. I swear, but I want to test this. There's a funny story about Tex Avery, an animator at Warner Brothers a long time ago. He was known for being, well, he's one of the best animators at Warner Brothers in the classic era. Did some of the best animation, Tex Avery. He was known for being so engrossed in his work. He would be working, and literally put off going to the bathroom to the point where he suddenly had to jump up and run to the bathroom. But he would be, frustrated that he had to stop working. Like, literally, the work came before biological processes. Yeah. I'm feeling that. Because I don't have my feedback telling me so, but I know that this is actually signaling a thing right now. I don't have the feedback right now, but I do have this. Okay. So this is cheaters. And in fact, I need to probably, it's okay. Oh, I need to tell the main menu, right? Well, I think I am going to tell the main menu to stop. I think I am going to tell the main menu to do its thing at the appropriate time. Basically, if I'm going to punish the player, then I need to do something like this. Because then the pop-up comes up, and it will be turned off, and the pop-up will turn off when we do that. Okay, cool. So punishing the player is going to have those things going on. Oh, here's the logic for that, though. There's the warning. Okay, so we're either warning or thing, but this is if we warn or penalize. And at least this has to be true for this to be called. So I don't know if I'm doing this yet. I think that's right. And this doesn't look terrible, right? I didn't actually look at the oh, words is here. Yeah, that's wrong. Let's fix that. Words. It's not a button, it's a label. And this is not here. It's let's start over here. Let's do this. There, and it goes until okay, and it is very wide. Sure. Why not? And it is center function. Yes. And in fact, there's word wrap and a bunch of things. So let's put that together. No. Thank you. Word wrap. Okay. I don't have words to wrap that yet, but it's in the wrong place. Where are you? What are you doing? Yeah, no. This is 1. This is 3. Yes. Okay, better. Yeah, good. And I'm not going to say these words, but you get the idea. And now I'm going to take a small break because, yes, the break I take will be for coffee and such. And I'll restart the music properly. Why not? Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. You're back. Yes. Yes, be right back. Yes. Okay. Because yes. And yeah. Wait, where'd I go? Where'd I? I'm right here. Okay. Enough cloning around. Let's get serious. Let's get serious. So serious. I've realized, well, A, we're going to need to actually cheat to test this thing when it's done. But also, um, when I want the penalty for the player to be in place, not just the warning, but the penalty, I need to actually tell the menu to change this button and disable it for a time. Now, oh, wow. That penalty is a mechanism I hadn't thought of yet, but it is more than just, well, here's the thing. Let's say it's a 5-minute penalty where you can't enter a campaign. Maybe it's 20 minutes, right? Something. And the player's like, oh, yeah? Watch this. Click, click. And now I come back in and it's because I've quit the entire application. How can they now, right? Well, smarty pants. First thing, um, I think it should be up to the anti-cheat tool to manage this, not the main menu. In fact, I don't even think it should be part of the profile. I have thought about some measures that are in the profile talking about whether it's, been reported or banned or whatever. These are future ideas. I don't need to deal with that. But this mechanism here, I can actually do, and I should do with this one tool because it's this tool that's talking about this way of gaming the system, and I think it should be in charge of this as well. I think it can be. I'm already telling the main menu to like stop showing its display when this happens. I think I need to actually do that. But I think I can also have this tool in charge of telling the menu when it should be disabling the campaign and for how long, and re-enable it. This tool already knows about, it knows that we are in the menu and it knows how to talk to the menu. I think I need to get that in place, actually. So, okay, this is reasonably well tested. I'm going to have to come back and test this more later. I think I actually need to get a persistent reference to the menu. I didn't think I needed to until I think I needed to, and now I think I need to. Yes. Let's do this. See, another thing about the music that I like, that I had on before, It was louder. I could control that volume. I know I could do a mixer and have my own. I know. But I need to do this because I need to have another function here. I'm already doing something special here. I need to do something special here because this tool is in charge of saying campaign, and it might not even be enabled because of blah, blah, blah. There's logic already going on. However, there actually needs to be some stuff here. So let's do this. This is another special thing because of the anti-cheat. So I'll group it together, and I'm going to say well, yeah, actually, let's make it a float. I'm going to have this able to tick. No. No, I need a float because I'm going to say how long you have to wait. No, I'm not. Sorry, I keep going back and forth. I'm just going to say campaign suspended. By default, that is false. But when it's true, special things. And I need to be able to set this one way or the other. With a word like suspended, I have to be careful. Because this is a negative. To suspend is to stop. So when this is true, stop. And when this is false, go, which is a little strange. Campaign button. Here it is. And we have a mechanism that is already here in place, disabling this GUI. Because there is no current player profile. Now, this doesn't just do campaign, it also does profile. I'm going to leave profile, but I need to also suspend if campaign is suspended. In other words, if this is happening twice, it doesn't matter. But so if either you aren't logged in or the campaign is suspended, then this is false, and then it's true. That's right, isn't it? I think so. But now, again, as the anti-cheat tool, I am in charge of making sure this gets set true and false appropriately. The menu is not in charge of that. Wow, that's a big responsibility. But we are already checking things over time. So now I'm actually glad that we're doing this. I'm not inefficient, you're inefficient. So this is now I want a float. Um, I think. I need to check if it's time enough to tell the menu to re-enable the campaign. Actually, first of all, if we are in the menu, yeah, if we're in a menu, I might need to do some logic here. In other words, this and this is extra. Um, this check timer is happening every second. Blah de blah de blah. Not in a match and in menu. So we can actually set this on or off. All right, cool. Good to know. Yeah, it's not going to be cheater. Let's say warning first. Okay, and if it's really bad, we're going to say penalty. So I guess I need to know if I'm warning or penalizing. What's the best way to say that? So if the length of this timestamps is 3, if it's more than that, it's a penalty. I think that works. I don't know if this is the right language to use. Penalty. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm just doing the logic now. Okay. And I think we can do this too, actually. This is the words. Let's do the warning language. What is the warning language? And if we are in penalty land, you say penalty language. Okay. This language is, hey there, player. We see you. You are trying to game the system by exiting. Maturely. Not going to tell you how we know or what you can do with that. Just going to tell you. Um, Completion. Now that's a lot of language, but it's the warning language, you know? Should I tell them how long? No. No, I should. But this is what you do to do things appropriately. I think that's good. I should actually look at that. I should look at that text. Should make sure. By the way, if you're wondering why this is highlighted and what this is a new line. It should, because I'm doing this in code, read that as hitting enter and making a new line in the text. Okie dokie. Let's test this. Let's test this with let's test this one way, and then I will change that number and test it another way. Actually, I can test run right here, can't I? Sure enough. How does this look? Apparently this is out of place. And it's too big. First of all, let's just the position of things. This OK button needs to be lower. The padding on this thing is way too high. And that font size is too big. Plus spelling. Yes. This needs to start up here. You know what? I'll do this, and then I'll have. Oh, at least that, right? I think so. Oh, wow, I need lots of text. Apparently, I got lots to say. All right. Smaller font size, please. Yeah. I think maybe this. I want that to highlight. And this is okay. I don't know. I'm doing this wrong. Let me see. This can be bigger, actually. This button starts at 8. Let's nudge it down a little bit. Give as much room as we want for this. That goes to 8.5. That's why. Okay, so okay. Good. Centered. That'll work. As long as you don't have anything behind it, then this is readable. It's clear. I might even make it a little bigger. And now I want to nudge that down. And then I'll stop fiddling with it, I promise. I did this once before and it didn't work, right? No, it's good. No, that works fine. Excellent. So now I'm going to test with this number changed. Hello? Now it says readily. Don't need to say have and have twice. English. Grammar. Yada, yada, yada. I'll put that on a new line. You. This is totally the shame pop-up. Shame. Yes? Okay. I know. So silly to spend time on that. But the thing is, if I do spend time on it, then I never have to spend time on it again. If it's rigorous, it's good. And I don't need to worry about it ever again. That's the incentive. Okay, so I think this is good. I am now going to make sure if that is the condition in which it causes penalty and that pop-up, then I need to make sure I'm managing this properly. I think I'm down to managing the timestamps. This is good. That is there. This is going to happen. Let's test the things that have to do with the menu. I'm going to cause this. And that does not occur unless I am logged in. It does not occur unless I am in a match. Oh, it did occur. Whoops. I haven't actually done the logic yet. Okay. Well, it did disable the buttons on the main menu, so that's good. Oh, gosh. Ah, I'm sorry. That's hilarious. Okay. All right. Interesting. I'm just trying to make it happen again. I'm not logged in, so I shouldn't be doing it. That's good. Proving a negative is not a good way to test, though. I should be doing it properly. Aha. So it's still active. And that actually makes sense. I haven't done any of the logic yet. But testing this part actually is cool. That's fine. Let's stop the insanity. Confirm this looks good. So causing this to happen appropriately talks to the pop-up, the menu. manages the thing. Wow, that really shouldn't have happened. Oh, again, I haven't done any of the logic. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done any of the logic yet to determine if it was actually a penalty or not. It's just, this is simply the anti-cheat system waking up and being like, hold on, I should start paying attention to this. So this is literally the beginning of paying attention to it, not the end. But looks good though, right? Yeah. You're screwed, buddy. Rawr. So the only this is resetting it, but the anti-cheat is still in effect, and every second it is re-enabling, which is something I will manage within the anti-cheat. Okay, cool. So this, I mean, believe it or not, this is actually working. Believe it or not. Cool. So now I do want to manage the times. This is why I was doing that. We're good. We're good. By the way, when we do warn the player, this can now be turned off. Okay, wait. Where else do we turn this off? When they go into a match. Okay, so it actually should be turned off right here. Actually, let's do it right up the top here. This should have been there anyway. That would have stopped the insanity of a second ago. Cool. That, yes, that's good. Because we're setting it true, we're setting it false. And there's two places we set it false. We either go into a match, or we have the potential to tell the player about stuff. And we don't know that we're punishing yet. This is actually potentially punish the player, not really punish, right? This is manage the timestamps. And then this is actually look at timestamps and evaluate. That's what it is. Bam. Because I've been upset about that name ever since I wrote it. Do we even call this function? Of course not. So if we if we do the timestamps and have them in place, then we can do the logic when we evaluate punishment. And the last thing we would need to do then is the cleanup of telling. So actual punishment includes campaign button is now disabled. We have to clean that up and actually re-enable it at the right time based on something that we are tracking here. And the way we track it can't be nerfed by getting out of the application entirely. If it's a 5-minute penalty, you can't just quit the application and start it again and have it fine. It needs to actually know what time it is. So we use our utility. And the float that we will use to determine how long the campaign is suspended for. This is going to be based on time of day, I think. Shoot. Could you could you get around that by doing the penalty just before midnight? Oh man. All right. Um oh, and here's another thing. Damn it. Here's another way you could get around this. You could, man, I don't know if we can, I don't know if we're going to go this far, but literally, you could go to round one, look at your cards, be like, oh, this sucks. Quit out of the match, and now quit out of the game. Uh, yes, you could do that, and unless I'm actually saving this data, doggone it. I would need to save this data per profile. You know, I thought about this early on, and I'm not going to do it now. But just, I did think about that. Like literally, this is an account timeout actually. But yeah, I'm not doing it now. I'm not doing it now. Instead, this tool will that is a way you could get around this. Shoot. All right, but look, if you're gonna quit the application, come back in. That is, it's not 5 minutes, but damn. Well, you're still gonna get a match loss. This, so the reason why we're thinking this suspending the campaign is a good penalty is because we're looking at the incentive that the player is trying to get for doing this cheat. By quitting the match, if you are in a campaign, what you're trying to do is get your best cards up against, say, the boss so you can collect a pearl. This cannot stick around if you actually quit the application. So the suspending of a campaign is lifted when you quit the application. Damn it. So you are going to be able to look at terrible cards, quit out of the match, get the penalty, get the loss, the match loss, but who cares? Quit the game, come back in, campaign is still there, look at my cards again. And I can do that over and over until I get really great cards round one or whatever. I need to think about that. Because to really make this happen, this would actually need to be part of the player profile. And that sucks. I don't want to. It's fine. I could do it, but I don't want to. Can't make me. I'm going to do this incrementally. I'm going to make this work first, and I'll think about it. It's all of this is a hobby exercise for fun. Do I actually think that there's going to be people playing this game? Maybe. Do I think that people are going to cheat? Maybe. Do I think they're going to game it so hard that they actually break it this way? Maybe. Doing this is literally like for my benefit, not for anyone. Okay, let's do this. Let's get this done. I've been at it for too long already. Okay. Um, yeah, okay. I need to clean up the array to make sure that remove any in broken chain, right? More than 5 minutes apart. So yeah, I'm going to add to an array. I'm going to make a timestamp. These are just floats, so it's really not hard. This is being called. First of all, call it. Determine if need to timestamp. Yes. Oh, I'm cleaning up because it is a broken chain, or remove any not from this account. How do I know? Oh, shites. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. This cannot just be a float. I need to remove it. I need to clean this up. Oh, hold on. I already thought of this. This is guaranteed to be part of this account because I am tracking which profile we are currently in. And when that changes, I'm going to clear all of the timestamps. I already thought of this. This logic needs to happen because of this. So player number gets known, and I check this. Oh, dude, I don't check this every frame. Bruh. Whatever. Seriously, I'm not checking it every frame. Okay. But if I'm not logged in, then skip all of this. Checking its logic. Okay, so I don't need to clean it up for a different I don't need to clean up the timestamps for a different profile until uh, yeah, yeah, I know. Totally inefficient. I know, I know. Oh, could you game this by logging into a different account, coming back? Pardon me. Yes, you could game this by switching accounts and switching back. Damn it. I need to save. Are you kidding me? That would mean I need to save a series of timestamps on the player profile. Oh, crap. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it now. Uh, seriously, I'm not doing it now. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not doing it now. No. So you log out of a different account, log back in. Bruh. Otherwise, somebody else's account counts as you doing this. Does that matter, actually? Can I avoid doing this and avoid that problem? So the workaround for the cheater is, aha, I'm just going to log into a different account. That clears it all out, and I can just do it again. And the system doesn't know. Well, all right, worst case scenario. You are Billy, and you cheat, and you log out, and Sally logs in and plays, but then she spilled soda on her keyboard. The soda ate her dog. The dog spilled, you spilled dog on, okay. And she has to exit, and the system says, whoa, you've been exiting too much. Just play properly. I guess worst case is Billy already got that warning, and that's when he logged out. And Sally came in and gets the penalty. Sally is sad. She gets a loss. You know what? I'm actually okay with that. Wow. Poor Sally. Otherwise, right? Review. Um, okay, so this can game the system, and I'm not going to do that. So now you can't game the system this way. But the problem is, hey, Sally jumped in as soon as Billy got off after he got a warning, and Sally got the penalty. Well, you know what? If Sally doesn't exit, or if Sally just plays a little bit longer, then it will never come up. Because according to the logic, the time will be longer, and so things will be cleared out. She won't be warned or penalized. Sally's fine. Uh, unless Billy's a jerk. And even if so, it's just a loss and a suspension. And yeah, I'm good. This is really tough to do. This anti-cheat stuff is really, really, really tough to do. It is like the toughest parts about user interface design. Those systems need to be robust. They need to be very thorough. Those are typically some of the hardest systems to develop because humans. But to anti-cheat is that times, I mean, really, you are at war with the player. It is really difficult. Okay, well, that's as far as I want to think about it for this. Let's just implement this and get it done. I've said that like 5 times already. Here, I need to make timestamps. And I do need to add and remove. I'm always cleaning up though, so I'll do it all in the same function. It is just floats. So first things first, I do want to set this to 0 to start with. So I have something. Okay, good. First thing is first, please make a new series of floats based on how many there are plus 1. Yeah, I'm going to need to add. I cannot do multiple things at the same time that I go through the array. So I'm going to have to do multiple stages. I'm going to add, then I'm going to count how many I need to remove, and then I'm going to remove. Because of this, I need to know how many I'm working with. So in this case, it's a little bit convoluted, but you know, hey, we're programming, right? So I'm going to first copy all the ones that were to this array. I'm going to add the new. And this is, hey, utility, give me the time of day. Yes. Wow. Am I really going to say the number that is time of day? So, no, I'm not. Just get time of day. I mean, seriously, if you're going to cheat by doing the first, or let's say the third offense before midnight and the fourth offense after midnight, you know what? You win. Go for it. I don't care. At that point, you can really only do it once per day, so I don't give a crap. I actually would that would clear out all the offenses. So yeah, okay, you get 3 offenses before midnight, and then it's cleared away. Okay, you win, but you can only do that once a day. Fine. So this effectively adds to the array as long as I do this. There we go. Add it. Okay. Cool. We need to check to see if it's a different count. I don't need to do that. Check to see if it's a different account. Yeah, these timestamps. I'm back at this problem again. Do what? First of all, one way to solve this is to say the timestamps are associated with an account because it's not just a float. It is actually a struct and I've thought about this like 5 times, which means I need to actually do it and not just think about it. So each one is timestamp, but also profile ID because this is a profile number. And now, I mean, yeah, I mean, I really, 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 I didn't want to, but here we are. This needs to be serializable. I think so. I'm not sure, actually. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You see, this is no longer just a float. So that can equal that. Actually, I'm shocked that that works straight up easily like that. But now temp, um, it's complaining because this has an error. Visual Studio, do you need to be that much of a jerk? Can you just do what I'm asking you, please? I'm typing. Why are you in my way while I'm typing? This is just a glorified word processing tool. Like, please. So, at least this series of timestamps is now intelligent enough to associate a profile with time. So now I can actually clean up things that are, oh, I don't want to clean it up if it's a different count. So I do want to check because, okay, okay. This just makes my logic a little bit more, but fine. The data is solid now, and we don't have a way to cheat this, so all good. This is now called timestamps because that's simple. Okay. And I think we're actually in a better position. This is still true. This is still true. And this is no, I don't need to. Because what I'm going to do now is save all of these. And it doesn't matter that Billy switched account and came back, because this system will know. It'll know which timestamp was Billy's. Poor Billy. All he wanted to do was cheat. Okay, so this is now, I have the array stamped. New one in the array. I'm going to go check. Same account. That makes it a chain. These things are 5 minutes or less apart. And it's the same account. Now, to remove any that are breaking the chain, I actually don't care if it's a different account. Because if Billy is doing this, Billy's still going to be detected. Okay. Hey, no offense to anyone named Billy. I need to personalize it to get behind it. Okay, so I don't need to check to see if it's a different account. Basically, it's part of this. This is just me OCDing my notes. Let's do this. Check broken chain. How am I doing this? I'm looking for anything more than this time. So I can clean it up. Right. I'm actually looking to remove stuff. That's what I'm looking for. This unbroken chain jazz is actually part of the logic I need for the punishment. So I don't need to do that. I just need to clean it up. Okay. Okay. I'm just looking for a time break. Anything longer than... Is that true? Damn. I have a series of timestamps, and it is associated with a player. So I'm going to go look through that. Now that there's a new one, I'm going to go look through all of them. And what I'm looking for is a series that is a series that is connected together because they are less than 5 minutes apart and they are in the same account. There can be a switch of accounts. Oof. And I still want to be able to check the chain for each account. Damn, this got complicated. This is crazy, but I do need to actually say, go find all the different profiles. We're going to clean this up, so there really should only be one. But there could be more than one. This timestamp happened because they exited. Yeah, this is rare, but I actually need to check this. All right. This is rigorous with a capital R. I need to say how many different profiles are there? And then for each profile, I need to look at its chain. Um, Yeah. Um, 60 seconds is 1 minute. 300 is 5 minutes. Yeah. So, wow. There's so many ways to break this system and cheat anyway. Let's do it a simple way first and graduate to a more complicated way later because I've already been at it a couple hours. Um, okay, so let's go through all of the timestamps that we have. And perform this magic. We want to see if it is the same account. Oh, I know exactly what this is. This is, so we have copied the array from its beginning, and at the end, we put the new one. Okay, so this is, I'm looking at the last one now. Um, I'm about to clean up, which means the array that I'm looking through now should not really be with old time, and it should not be with a different profile, but it might be. Could I, hold on, I'm now thinking about a sneaky way to actually do the thing I need to do now. This is meant to stamp time with, today, now, and the profile. But I could also use this exact same pairing of data to do this, which is go look through these timestamps and find a case where it's this profile or that profile, and now add up. How do I say that? I can have an array of these things again, but used in a different way. It's now associated with a particular profile. Good, that's done. And the time can be an accumulation. I'm not sure. I can almost, darn it. What I'm trying to do is say, hold on, can I go through this array once and actually find multiple account chains and track them all? I actually think I can. Like if I don't use time as time, I can have an array of these things and use it just as a count, a number, an integer. That's a, you know what, I'm going to just review that and come back later and do it. Offense timestamp as a record of account and number in chain. That's actually quite clever, and I'm not going to do it right now. I'm looking for a place in the chain to break. I'm going to start at the end, right? And go backwards because the end was where, you know what? Okay, let me just form this correctly and then I don't need to do crazy. Right? Because we're absolutely adding one, so this exists. And if it's 1 to that, then we're already done, right? Yeah, so we've added it to the end now. And now, this is 0. I'm going to look to see if it's the same one all the way through. Of course, the first one it would be. I'm not really sure what to do with this, though. If it's not from the same account, I'm not really sure what to do with that. Wait. This is why I was thinking about this, because I'm going to encounter one profile or another. Yeah. What I need to do right now, regardless of all these other things I'm thinking about for later, I need to clean this up. This is a series of timestamps, and at some point I need to have cleanup because I can't have too many. Baseline, whether or not I actually use this thing, or this, frankly. I need to look at the time and compare it to the last time. Because I'm going forward through this array, and because the first one is the latest, I'm looking backwards in time and saying, is this timestamp greater than the last time plus five minutes? Because if it is, we have a thing. This is a broken chain. Uh, and actually, we are in fact breaking out of this loop entirely because we found a break. I'm not going to deal with, because this is exactly where I was thinking I'm going to need to do something really fancy. I'm not going to do the fancy right now. Instead, last time equals, so this now goes through and actually, let's just say negative timestamp. That way, midnight, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, okay, this is only going to be this is only checking the break in time. Which means now I'm going to actually clean up. I'm going to remove from break in chain onward. And this is where it fails. The system can be defeated now, but I'll have to just live with that for now and come back later. I'm going to clean up the array at the place where, right? I mean, this is it's literally I'm detecting the workaround. Um, different profile detected. Yeah, this is I'm not dealing with this now. But I'm going to make it clear to my future self what the heck is going on, why this is a thing, why it matters. This won't come up very often, but when it does, it's very clear I need to actually deal with that. Right? Yeah. All right. So I know exactly where to break it. It's here. I mean, where to begin removing it. And therefore, this number is known. I have a length of timestamps, and I'm going to subtract as many as I need to from this point to the end, -1. Uh, Oh, my brain. I'm running out of gas. There's a length. Let's say I have seven timestamps in this array, and I found a break at 5. So my new length should be 4. This isn't hard. I swear, though, my brain is not working now. So I need 4, 5. -1? No. Exactly that, right? I'm going to, because I found the break, this problem is at 5. So I really only want 0 through 4, which is 5. Yes. Okay. And now go through the array. This is taking quite a lot longer than I thought it would. I suppose that's par for the course. But, you know. Yeah, and this code got really messy too. There's lots of threads that are dangling all over the place. This got really, 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 really messy. So again, just copy it. Copy the array. Temp equals whatever the original was. And that's it. Because we're only copying up to that moment, and that's where the break is. We found the break at that time, and so that's it. Done. This doesn't just add a timestamp. This makes sure the timestamp array is properly cleaned so we can use the length of it alone to determine penalties and warnings. That's necessary. I'm stuck on issues where you could still game this system. I mean, really, what I'm saying is other accounts like Sally, she gets nerfed for Billy's wrongdoing, but meh. That's the lesser of two evils at the moment, and I'm good. So we really just want to look at it, see if they have exited matches over and over again, less than 5 minutes apart for multiple times. Could they just wait 6 minutes? Yes. Yes, they could. In fact, they could do it 3 times and then wait 6 minutes, and then 3 times and wait 6 minutes. And yeah. Yeah. I might tune this later, but for now, I think that's good. I actually want to keep track. Now to test this, I'm going to see what is the length of time. Actually, I'm going to print out the entire array. It is an array that shows a struct. I can't print that. I will print out the timestamps. Even though I am saving a count number, I'm not doing anything with it now. Okay. Um, so to test, Actually, I don't think I'm doing this now. I don't want to do this now. I do want to do it based on time, I think, actually. I want to get all the way to here and do this logic. Ugh, I have been at it for so long and I have other things I have to do. I don't want to be, I don't want to stop this in the middle of the process. I'm not, I'm a bit beyond the middle of the process, so I'm making excuses. If I didn't have to do other things, I would just take a break. Okay, I'm going to take a break and come right back. If I take a break and come right back, I can properly put off what I need to do. Did I say that out loud? I'm not procrastinating, you're procrastinating. Give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay. We got this. All right. We have this known, but not exactly invoking yet. We have this ready to go. I'm going to test that. determine if I need to timestamp. Do I? We are in menu and player exited. Yeah, we're just going to timestamp. But now we can determine if we need to punish. And by the way, I'm going to test by saying, well, yes. And I will detail that. Yes, you already know what I want. Yes, you already know what I want. Um, Time. Okay. Make it neat and tidy so I can read it well. And this is just a check to see if there's 3 or more. Actually, yeah, that's all that is. I think that's true. If the chain and timestamps is unbroken, we actually already know that. We have cleaned up those that were broken. We're not really accounting for this. Not the same account. But if it's 3 or 4, then we know what to do. And yeah, actually. Cool. Let's test. So to test this, we have to cheat. This is how we break the game. By the way, like I mentioned, the exercise, the design exercise of let's imagine how to break the game is it's a best practice. Just like finding bugs, if this went somewhere weird, that would be a bug, and we'd want to find that before the player would and fix it. Well, in the same way, we want to find how you could break the game, either intentionally, like this cheating, or unintentionally, like it runs for a day and there's a memory leak, so it just crashes. These are rare but significant things that we need to find. And then once we find it, we deal with the edge case, the rare case, and handle it. That's exactly what we're doing here. In this case, I am exiting. What is this? Oh, so I've done that more times than I can count. This is a utility script that I actually need to create. Now it's available. Otherwise, I can't use it because it's not there. Okay, try it again. Here, cheating from here. This detected the player exited. Number of timestamps 0. Really? Are you not counting the one that I just entered? No, I haven't entered one. Really? Well, this is why we test, I guess. Yeah, number of timestamps is actually 0, which is interesting because this is called right after we call timestamp. So did it literally clean up all of the timestamps? I think it did. I guess I coded a lot before testing, so I need to test all the things. Oh, I don't need to clean this up if, darn it. But if there's no break, right, you should not be removing any silly thing. Okay. In other words, I start this by having the invalid initial number, and then if I find one, it becomes a valid number that I want to pay attention to. Well, I was doing something with it anyway, and that's ridiculous. And then clearing it. Of course it was 0. Let's continue to test and make sure it works regardless of that silliness that I completely forgot. I can feel myself rushing because I need to do other things and I put it off, but I'm going to have to get to it, so 0? What? Break found at 0. So then it makes an array of 0, like, yeah. Oh, because the last time is, yeah, of course. But wait, this times, hold on. This timestamp is going to be a positive number. And this is 0. Because it's literally negative chain length plus chain length. What? Have I set this number? No, I haven't. No, I have. Come on. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Wrong place. Doing the wrong thing. Wrong place. Okay. This. Okay. Temporary array and then timestamps equals temporary. Okay. Now look through that timestamps array. Wow, really? So what's up? I need to see what this number is because it should be more than this. This is triggered because oh, I want this actually. No, this could be 0. Midnight or something, it's fine. That's actually what I was worried about is midnight. You know what? Okay, fine. It can be midnight. It's fine. But this minus this is huge. This has to be more than that. This is negative, negative, negative. Okay, so now this will work, right? Like I said, I can feel myself rushing because I would like to be getting to the other things and get them done. But it is in a queue of things that I am doing now. Get the thing done now first, yeah? Oh, for crying out loud. So what is this number? And why is the break found at 0? Well, if this is now, bruh. Hey, timestamp. Do a timestamp. Sure, here's the number. Bam. Cool. Now go through all the timestamps. Yes, sir. Hey, we found a problem at this value, the very first one. Really? What was the problem? Well, see, this condition was true. Is this huge number? Oh, is more than? Wait. I am doing this condition incorrectly. What is the correct way to do this condition? I want to look at a chain of things, and as I look through them, I am setting the last time to equal that time, and so I'm comparing them now. If the distance between these is big, in other words, this is much less. How much less? This is less than that. How much? Not just, oh, yeah, this condition is totally wrong. If this time, which is greater, minus the last time, which is 0 to start. That's not right either. That would be a break. Is the difference greater than the time chain length? Yes, that is the actual condition. But this is not correct. This is not going to help me. It works here if I looked at the last time and recorded it, and now I'm checking these things, then the current time minus the last time, if that's greater than, then yes. Well, it starts out at something. Because it starts at the beginning of the array, and the beginning of the array is the current, can I just say this? I guess. Right? Because then current time minus current time is 0, and that is not greater than. So the first one can never be greater than, right? But now we have a last time to work with, and we can check and check and check. Okay. Yes. I have been doing this a long time. My brain is starting to run out of gas, and I have other things to do. Yes. And I'm distracted because of the other things I have to do. And I don't want to stop because I'm in the middle of it. And. Here we go. Try to cheat. The number of instances in which you exited a match is 1. And now you're such a cheeky bastard, excuse me, that you do it again. Zero worked fine. This didn't go anywhere because a length of 1, this would just end right away. Now it's a length of 2, and so from 1, so from 0 to 1, we're going to copy 1 to 1. But there is no 1 here. Hold up, I'm just adding. Why am I having a problem with this? Just add to the array. Temporary array equals the current length plus 1. And the first of this array should be the new one. Now go through starting at 1, because this 0 is already filled, and copy it from, oh, yes. Because if this isn't long enough, why are you accessing it? Yes, that's out of range, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. When there's an error, it's not the machine. Machine's doing what you told it to do. The problem is in what you told it to do. Okay. So let's cheat. And cheat. Yep, you cheated. And we're going to cheat again because you can't stop me. 2. Why does this say 0? I don't understand that. Different profile detected. That's not true. Three. Well, I have a feeling this is related to it detecting a different profile, which is not true. Not true at all. But that's 3. We should be yeah. There we go. Yes. Okay, so this is working, but why this? Yeah. This is why we test. We're almost there. We really are. So this profile. Oh. Bruh. I added stuff to what this array means. Wait a minute. Do I need to explicit? You know what? I do. I said at some point, hey, I'm surprised this allows me to copy straight up because I just made this struct, and typically I need to be explicit about how you copy. Yeah, yeah, you do. So it was counting it as a different profile because this was 0. And then the time it was recording was also 0. That's exactly what we just saw here. Okay. Yeah. Do I need to do any more copying of stuff? Actually, this array itself copying is fine, but the individual items in it, because it's a struct, need to be explicitly copied. Just like this. I think that's true. We can test that theory. I sure hope the rest of this is okay. You know what? You're going to complain over and over again, aren't you? I am using it. You know what? Fine. This little warning is saying, hey, you're not using this. I'm like, oh, yeah? Okay, fine. Now I'm using it. You happy? Stop warning, please. That's Unity. Okay. Yeah. I'm keenly aware that I am trying to move fast, which is not the focus of what I'm doing. I should not be trying to move fast. That should be irrelevant. I should be careful and rigorous. Okay, this still says 0. Why? Are these numbers different? This is first time, second time, yeah. So I've lost data. Damn. Oh. Now, did it say it found a break? It did not. It has a number of timestamps, but the data is junk. The data is garbage. Am I not able to do this? Um, no, that's trash. I absolutely should be able to do that. Damn it. I do not want to stop in the middle of a process. But this is garbage. I am not properly adding to this array. And, well, I'm adding 1. But that's all. Hold up. Timestamps plus 1. That's how long this is. But I need this to be looking ahead, if that's the case. Either this doesn't start at 1. Actually, yeah. This doesn't start at 1. But this is adding 1 because I've already done that. Yeah. Aha. This is me adding 1 to an array. And so if I start looking through all of the ones in the old array, that's fine, because I'm looking through all the ones in the old array. That's fine here. But here, I actually need to say, yeah, but this is 1 more, and 0 is already occupied, so please add 1. Yes. I normally don't do this pattern that way, though. See, I'm trying to go too darn quick. That's what's going on. This is just straight up because I'm just cutting it off at a particular time, which I'm sure is fine. Famous last words. Blah, blah, blah. Wow. I wasn't entirely sure I was going to do this effort on this stream. I frankly didn't know what I was going to do. Maybe that's how I got here. But, yeah, anti-cheat. Interesting, yeah? There we go. And so if I do it again, because I'm being such a cheater, it says you should now punish or at least warn the player. This is a unbroken chain of 3, and let's do 4. At that point, do I need to track it any further than that? This doesn't hurt. I now realize the next test involves me waiting 5 minutes, which is not, I don't need to do that if I just change a number. But this is cool, right? This is actually doing it. So that's the logic of, let's pop up a warning to the player, right? All this is good now? Yes. This is just popping it up. Let's evaluate punishment. If I just say evaluate punishment, I will have done my job. I'm going to keep this up for now. This is just logging what I have going on. This is likewise, it seems like it's ready to go, actually. This says do it, and so yes, I will do it. I'm going to change this number, so the threshold is not 5 minutes, because I'm impatient at this point. The threshold should be 10 seconds. Let's call it 15 seconds. And that way I can cheat, cause the thing, but then wait a few seconds more and watch that array of timestamps get cleared out. Um, cool. And oh wow, to really test this, I need to actually cheat enough to get the penalty. That's hilarious. I will actually have to get a loss on one of my accounts. I volunteered Monkey for that account punishment. So let's if the chain is 3 long, okay, we're gonna just do this. Tell you what, uh, if timestamps length is less than 3, then we will return and not do anything else. So now all this logic is basically done except the punishment. Okay, because we won't even pop it up. Oh, but of course we are popping it up. Of course we are. What am I doing? Of course we are. The question is, are we punishing? Because we're absolutely going to warn. We've already done the logic to say absolutely you should be. This logic is already there. So I'm just determining if we're punishing. Which is save manager, cancel match. Now I think cancel match is actually the one that doesn't cause a penalty. So I don't think that's right. Yeah, this just and in fact this was just called if you did this action and exited a match. That's exactly what just happened. What we are doing though is saying, oh no, you're not going to get around this. Now that it's a penalty, you are actually going to oh wow. We are exiting a match, but no, you're not going to collect experience. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Yeah. This is a separate function. This is a penalty function. Wow. Okay. Wow. Uh, yeah. Yes, actually. So this has already been called. But what we are doing is increasing matches played, and that's it. Yes, that is all we're doing. Yep. Okay. So if this is a case where a penalty should be happening because it is more than 3, it is 4 or more. First of all, save manager, let's penalize a match loss. That is, you just got an extra match that you played, but you did not win. That is a loss. And menu, You needed to do something too. Oh, bro. What was the thing that we needed to do? I made a special function. Just having to think about it. This can't happen unless we have determined we are in the menu. It can't pop up. Yeah, it's true. Okay. Okay. But what is this function that I was thinking about? Campaign, suspend campaign, and set campaign suspended true. So this begins a penalty. And we are in charge of setting it true, and we're in charge of setting it false. In order to set it false, we are going to also keep track of the timer, which is actually going to be a record of the timestamp plus a number of minutes times the length of our timestamps made as a float, cast as a float. So the deal is you've gotten more than 3, so now 4 times 60 seconds is 4 minutes. Add that to the time of day, and this is now not really a timer, actually. Just noodling the name. It's not correct. Time. The time at which we might unsuspend. Okay, so we're going to look for the place where we can turn this to false. Based on this and our already running timer to check things that I was starting to say was inefficient, now I realize is absolutely necessary. Because if we are not in a match and we are in the menu, we need to be checking this. That's this, actually. Here we are. If campaign suspend time. I mean, kind of, yeah, actually. Let's set -1 to be our initialized number such that I can rely on this being not used at all. Okay? So if it is more than that, then go for it. Check the time. Time of day. Get time of day. And now look to see if this is more if, right? Is this more than the time limit that we were just talking about? Because if so, we've gone beyond that time in the future, time in the time in the future, that is number of minutes times this length. This is now a time in the future. And so if the current time of day is more than that time in the future, guess what? This can now be suspended false, which means re-enabled. Gosh, I know, language. And critically, this is now -1. I'm going to make sure that is reset to the initialized state so that we don't do too much of that. Yeah. I'll keep this logging up for a moment. I believe, however, we can actually cheat now, or Monkey can cheat, and we're going to see a warning, and then we're going to see a penalty. And I don't want to wait that long. I will make it 5 seconds. I will turn it back to 60 in a second. 60. And that's good. Let's cheat. Or rather, let's get Monkey to cheat. Hey, Monkey will cheat. Monkey will cheat anything. Let's do it. Who knew I was going to tackle anti-cheat code today? Who knew? Right? There's a unique set of systems that only games have to do. I mean, I guess there's copyright protection and other things that other types of software need to handle, but yeah. Oh, nope. Monkey's gonna cheat. Hey, Monkey, did you know you could totally cheat this game? You can. How? I've been doing terribly. Yes, Monkey. Well, you can totally cheat if what you do is you go in and you realize your cards are bad. You could just exit. Try it again. My cards are bad. I'm gonna cheat. Bad Monkey. You're cheating. He. I'm so smart for cheating. Bad Monkey. You're cheating. He. Bad Monkey. You are cheating. I didn't know this thing knew, but I'm gonna cheat again. Because I'm such a bad monkey. Oh, penalty. Monkey, you're so bad. You're so bad. This is now disabled. And you got a match loss. You're so bad. But it only lasted 5 seconds. Or 4 seconds. I'm gonna cheat again. Penalty. Monkey. You keep doing this, you're gonna get more penalties. And is this going to turn back on automatically? Please? 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 Oh, it did! Yay! Okay, good. Cheat again. Oh, Monkey, you're so bad. Cheat. Cheat again. Cheat again. Cheat again. Cheat again. Cheat again. Cheat. You keep getting these losses, Monkey. You're not doing anything to your win percentage. Just went way down. Um, right? It is an amount of time. Can I? Yeah, okay, wait a minute. This is not right. So this should be disabled. So I need to check. Wow, this does need to be a so I'm setting it suspended true here, but I actually need to stop. I actually need to poor Monkey. I actually need to set it true if this is running at all, because I'm in charge of setting it true or false. Where is this? Here. Yeah, on or off. That's right. This isn't exactly robust because it does take a second. I mean, I could get way more inefficient, I guess. I guess. You know what? I could get really inefficient during this. Because right now it is this scene check time is 1 second, and you could very quickly switch back into the menu, hit campaign, and get around this problem. But I could make it ridiculously inefficient, and then you can't do that. I mean, can we call this an extra penalty? In other words, we are doing the scene check time, and this timer has run down now, and so it normally resets. But here we say, oh, screw it, go ahead and set it to 0 or almost 0 again, because this is in menu. No, that's going to be reset to the normal long time. So this is not quite there. Because you can defeat this again. Yeah, I should make this an event-based thing. There needs to be an event-based, you've entered the scene, which I can do, I just didn't implement yet. I'm not doing it now. I swear to God, I've done this for way too long. The stream was supposed to be like 2 hours. I don't know where I went with that idea. Oh, not this account. Okay. I did just cheat. Sorry, monkey. You understand, right? Okay, monkey's gonna cheat. And this, it did record my cheat. So poor monkey got an extra ding. 3. You get a warning. I get a penalty. And this is this. If I come back, it does disable again, but it's a bit slow. You see that? I suppose what I could do is have this button go ask the anti-cheat tool, hey, do you have a campaign suspend on? Actually, that's not a bad idea. I should make a whole event-based thing, which is just a delegate. It's not complicated, but it's a whole thing. I would like to just ask this tool. Is campaign suspended? Yes or no? And return true if this timer, come on, what is that? is more than -1. Otherwise, it's false. And with that, I can say that the button right here on the menu. Oh my God, I've been at this way too long. I will finish. Whatever it was that I was going to do. Sorry. But this campaign button, you know what? I'm not even going to allow this. If you try to click this, even though it is enabled, let's just triple check. If campaign is not suspended, then go ahead and go to the campaign. Otherwise, no. And that solves that problem. And aside from the testing, I can clean this up now. I will just disable it. I do want to know this. So I'm gonna test for that. And the rest of this is okay. Let's get Monkey to cheat again. Poor Monkey. Their win percentage just dropped. It was already kind of bad, but it's really bad now. Poor Monkey. I'm gonna cheat once. I'm gonna cheat again. Now, this doesn't feel like cheating because I'm just quickly going through this. There we go. There's a couple of things I want to test. One is the cutoff for breaking the chain. Didn't allow me to click. It's quite inefficient, actually. There's lots that is terrible about that. Cool. I can set this to be the full 60 seconds times the number of offenses. Yes, poor Monkey. Yeah. That win percentage went way down. But now it's been lots and lots and lots of time. Monkey's learned his lesson. And now he goes in to play a game. And the keyboard ate his dog. The soda ate the keyboard. And he has to exit. Oh, shoot. This shouldn't be a penalty right now, right? It should be 15 seconds. That's like 20 seconds long. So I need to look at the data that is the timestamp array because I want it to say that it found a break in the timestamps because it should break based on this number. I should make this really short, I guess. The chain length is basically looking at one offense next to the very next offense. As long as it's within this range, it is part of the chain, even if it's on the very edge and whatever. So I kind of need to wait a long time. I need to wait more than 15 seconds for sure. And then it's broken. Okay, I think this is enough time. Monkey's feeling brave. Oh, dude. So how many do we have? So I need to know how long this is, which means I removed this too early. I need to know what this is at, because when it's adding it, it should be detecting that there is a break. Arg. This should be detecting a break. Otherwise, this is okay. I can prepare that. I need to know the break. I want to know the array. And the rest is clean. Wow, we're very, 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 very close. I'm going to lower this chain length. You know what? I'll just make it 7. I need it to be small because I need to test this and be done with this. And this is a time-based test. Huh. Or, of course, right when I want to move fast, right? Wow, I'm going to have to. Okay, I don't want to cheat with this. That didn't count because I wasn't in that phase. But poor monkey. Okay. Cheat. And we see the cheat. Oh, it did? It did say 2. Why did it say 2? It knows it's a different account. But why did it say 2? It shouldn't have recorded that at all. Wow. Okay. This number, and I'm more than 7 seconds. So this should not count. Bruh. I'm looking at these numbers here. Wait, what? That's more than 7 seconds. That's 30. And that's more than 7 too. Damn. I don't like to, but I'm afraid I need to stop. I am way past time and I need to move. I am here. I am here. And I will need to pick it up from this point, but I cannot stay and keep doing this now. I need to go. I waited way too long. Damn it. Sorry. I did not mean to do that, but this is a problem. Fix me. This is not properly accounting for a break. Okay. Those notes help me come back and do this. Um, I'm sure I'm going to figure it out as soon as I come back anyway. So it's good. It's so good. Everything's good. You know what? You're good. Everyone's good. Everything is awesome. And I am going to waste no time getting the heck out of here. Thank you for watching the VOD and seeing a frustrating experience trying to get this to work. I had fun. You had fun. But right now, I'm out. Later.